Recibir se sintió real, verdad que sí, sé que sanarás.
Shia, how are you, my friend? I just got on. I'm late today. But today's not one of the days where I like usually stream, you know. I need to put this so I can see chat. You are like, yeah, I started like 2 seconds ago. Really. So how's everything? Do you get to go out with your friends?
No.
With the new friends. With the new friends. How was it? How was it now that really you told me about like the badminton sneakers. That's like extremely nice. And they like going out in real life, so that's a plus, right? They sound like good people. Also, you knew them already. And you guys kind of like reconnected, right? Oh, they knew each other, so you're the new addition. You know, like I grew up with like, you know, it's a small town, so we were always like always the same group, right? And some people will come in and some people will leave. And like I have this friend, his name is Alex. And he was the guy who will always welcome like new people. Like, oh, I remember a friend of mine called like Albert. It was like, oh, this is Albert. And that's it. He was part of the group. Then that's very nice. I like that, like yeah. And in a way, like if you really think this specific one was in middle school. And I remember like we were kind of like tribal, you know? Like we would be like, oh, who's this new like person? You know what I mean? Like what is he up to? Is he okay? And then like sure enough, after like a week we were like just buddies. Also another one, his name is Carlos, but everybody call him Pompey. So Albert was more of a, he was the Xbox guy. Like he had an Xbox and that's what he played. He's the one that like introduced me to Halo. I had no like idea about Halo. And Shenmue or Shenmue, which I love. And what else? There were like a few, and like, yeah, he was like the Xbox guy. And then Pompey, aka Carlos, he was the Yu-Gi-Oh guy and Magic the Gathering. So when he came in, like a bunch, like half of the group started playing Magic. No, actually, when I moved to New York, I came actually with the whole band, and we stayed for like a few months. But then we all went back to Puerto Rico. But I wanted to continue like doing the work in New York. So I ended up moving by myself. A few friends have come and visit. Also, like a lot of people that like I know move like nearby. But none of the group, you know, the core group, none of them like moved in like full time at least. I like that. This. Not too much. Too much. Ooh. Okay, so do you know Pirates of the Caribbean? That's where Puerto Rico is. So if you look at United States, it's like in between. It's in the Atlantic Ocean. It's between United States and South America. It's on the east of Mexico, on the north of South America. So it's kind of like a big archipelago. So from South America, there is like a chain of islands that go from the north of South America, right? Like let's say like here on top is Venezuela. So there's like islands like and then bigger islands, and at the end of that kind of curved line here is Florida. Yeah, but actually the way that you're seeing it, it will for you it will be like this. So this is Florida, and then here is Cuba. Jamaica is down here, right? These are all islands. Florida, Cuba. And then here is Haiti that share an island with Dominican Republic. Then over here is Puerto Rico. So those 5 islands are called the Greater Antilles, right? They're called the Greater Antilles because they're the bigger island. Then the Lesser Antilles are very, very little, right? Which, by the way, you're from UK, so let's zoom in. Puerto Rico. Over here, close by, there's a bunch of little islands called the US Virgin Islands, and right next to it is the British Virgin Islands. And then there's a bunch of like little islands that go all the way to Venezuela. Yeah, this is when it comes to pirates, that's where pirates were. Because those islands were like essential. It's in the middle of the old world and the new world. So for trade, it was essential. Puerto Rico, it was like perfect. It's perfect location for that trade. And to this day, for like trade over the seas, is super important. Cuba also. So there was like all that trade, right? There were like all this gold coming like from Mexico, South America, Puerto Rico, and they would put them on a ship and take them to either France or to England or to Spain. And during that trip, that's where pirates will attack, right? And then there's a bunch of little like islands that they used to be like pirate havens. Like my town is called Rincon, which is the town all the way to the west. And from my town, you can see another island called Desecheo. That island used to be a hideout for pirates. I like that. It is very chill. I grew up in a very chill place, right? But it's a very chill place, but like now it's all kind of like messed up because so Puerto Rico is a colony of United States, which makes everything very complicated, you know? And in Puerto Rico, like the system is against the people of Puerto Rico. In a way, like they're like, okay, we're going to give you $2 billion. And in a few years, you have to give me $10 billion. From that two, make it 10. If you make more than that, you can keep it. It never happens. So then you're in debt. You're in debt. You're in debt. So the system is made so for the island to stay in debt. And then they go like, well, oh, and by the way, you don't have the right to go bankrupt. You cannot do that. So the debt is everlasting. And if you cannot pay, okay, you have an international airport. Give it to this group in Wall Street. Oh, you have a highway with tolls. We're gonna take a chunk of that. The last one is like right now in Puerto Rico, if a Puerto Rican family wants to like open a business, they have to pay so much money on taxes. But if you come from United States, you don't have to pay any taxes to Puerto Rico. So now what people are doing is like a bunch of Americans are moving to Puerto Rico. They don't pay any taxes. So meaning there's no economy for Puerto Rico, and they're kicking people out. all of the prices are put for prices that like Americans are able to afford, but not Puerto Ricans. Yeah, it's pretty disgusting. Like right now, my town, when I grew up, it used to be like this small town where everybody knew each other. My town is very famous because of surfing. So there was a part that it was kind of like very like Americans, right? But we will mingle and everything was fine. But then all of these like crypto bros started coming in and started exploding the system. Not exploding, the system is already like exploitation in itself, right? So now, like, if you go to my town, I would say that more than half of restaurants and bars are not owned by Puerto Rican people. They don't even speak Spanish because they don't hire a Puerto Rican. They hire another American. They kind of like help each other, right? And like right now, rent in my town is like the rent in New York. Out of reach for the people, right? There was even like a time in Puerto Rico where like you were not even able to have a Puerto Rican flag because if you did, that would be 50 years in prison. It's crazy. If you like, they can't. They struggle. It's day by day struggle, day by day. And then we have a government that is completely corrupt. Yeah, it's pretty evil, but then again, all of these superpowers are like the same because UK did the same thing and France did the same thing, you know? Like, and Spain did the same thing. Like we can talk about like United Kingdom and Africa or UK and India, right? Which India was like just like a colony for many, many years. That one's cool, but let's see. I wanna check rhythms. No. it happens today. It's just in a very like modern way, like hot take, right? Like slavery still exists, and it's not like on your face, right? But it's like a systematic slavery, right? Like when you see like the everyday life, right? And you have a society with like an education like system that is kind of like base to train you to be a very good worker, right? Like you have, you go in, it's like work. You kind of like go, wake up in the morning, go to classes, you have your hour lunch, and then you go back, right? And then like they kind of like teach you subjects that, although important, they're not like essential. It's like a little bit of nothing, right? It's like not a lot of nothing and a little bit of everything. And then like you go to like university, at least I'm talking about this side of the world, and you go into like debt. So like they got you, right? Like you finish like studying and you owe them before you even like start. And then like you work, and then you go and you have to pay rent or buy a house and pay like the mortgage. So now you're there and you're stuck with that responsibility. And then you go and you have kids, and then like you have to kind of like pay for everything, which by at this point in society it should be like free. Do you know what I mean? Like we have like the technology to be free. Yeah, good for you that you went to university for free. We can't, because you have to know like greed is like part of like human behavior. And for so long there's a group of people like who never have enough, have everything and never have enough. So they're always looking for stuff, right? Everything is like faster, everything is cheaper, everything cheaper for them to make, but not for you to get. No, that's actually annoying. Yeah, that's good. Like actually, like that's very good that you got to go like to university like for free. And I bet that it was like it took a lot of sacrifice. That's the one. Maybe like Okay. So no. What you mean my career journey? Oh. Okay. So when it comes to career journey, my tale is one of a guidance of what not to do. Right? So first in high school, like I was always like a very good student up into high school. Like in high school, I started like acting up like a little bit, not in a violent way, never, right? Like I was always like a good kid, but I was a rebel. And like I will started to like wake up like late, and then like I was a good student, and in Puerto Rico is high school is 10th grade, 11th and 12th, and then you're off to university. So in 10th grade I failed 2 classes, like pow, right off the bat. 3 classes actually. Spanish, I know. Algebra, and history of Puerto Rico, which now I love, right? But the thing is, when it comes to algebra, math never like interested in, like I wasn't like interested about it. When it comes about when it was like history of Puerto Rico, it is my main, yeah. But in Spanish, you have to know that like in Spanish, it wasn't really that I didn't understand and that I didn't understand. It was more like I wasn't responsible with like studying. I wasn't responsible, like I think like high school was like the time where like I really started thinking about life and like what it meant and what I wanted to do, and I started seeing like sketchy things. So I was a little bit of like a rebel, right? Oh, 1 second, real quick. The Caribbean. So that's Florida, which is the southeast of United States. This Long Island here, that's Cuba. Over here is Mexico. This is Hispaniola, which the west side is Haiti and the east side is Dominican Republic. That's Puerto Rico. And then over here, see a chain of little islands. You have like Trinidad, Tobago is right here, Barbados, Martinique, Dominica, Guadalupe. And this is South America, Venezuela, Colombia. Yeah, this is pretty sick, right? I got it when I went to Puerto Rico. And then if we take a closer look, this is Puerto Rico. This is my beautiful island. I am from this little corner. And it's called Rincon, which literally means corner. Like, So here is the capital, called San Juan. History lesson. Let's put this in the background. So Christopher Columbus. Thank you. It's like pirates. Like, urgh. So this Caribbean island, no, Caribbean Sea. This is the Caribbean Sea down here. This is where pirates were. So Christopher Columbus, right? Everybody knows the story. So everybody wants to go to India, but there's an empire, I forgot what empire, that start collecting taxes. So Portugal goes around Africa. Goes around Africa to like, ooh, arigato. So it goes around to like Africa to be able to go to India. And they continue, and that's actually how Portugal end up in Japan, because they start like going all through the south, right? So Spain doesn't really do that. And then like, so they cannot go through the Mediterranean Sea. So Christopher Columbus is like, hey, the world is round. If I go the other way, I can arrive in India. That's why we still call the people from the tribes and kingdoms of the New World, we still call them Indians or native Indians. Because Christopher Columbus was like, hey, are you guys Indians? And they were like, nah, we're something completely different. And then Christopher Columbus was like, you guys are Indians. And that's what happened. So Christopher Columbus goes here and he arrives in Española, right? And then he takes and kidnaps a bunch of people from this island because they had like gold chains. And he goes back. So he went to Portugal, like, hey, I wanna go, give me money and give me people so I can go. And Portugal is like, no. Then like he goes to Spain and he's like, hey, Spain, if I go the other way, I can get to India. Can we please, can you please give me like some ships and give me people? I want to go to India. And the king of Spain was like, no. And Christopher Columbus was like, pretty please. And the king was like, fine, and gave it to him. Right? That's actually what happened, to be honest. So then after that, right? Let's see what happened after that. So then after that, he actually goes, kidnaps people here and goes back, and it's like, oh my God, king, there is actually a bunch of gold and like places that nobody has. There's these wild people. They look like human, but they don't speak like us, they don't look like us, so they cannot be humans. Can I please like go again? And I promise you that like every land I will conquer it in your name. And the king is like, what? You got me a gold. yeah. So they went like again, and then Christopher Columbus was like, started naming this island Happy Sunday, this island San Juan, this island, like that. So then on the second voyage, he arrives in San Juan. So these people right here, right, they're like Taínos. That's the name of the tribes living here. They were like a small group. They were not violent. They were actually like just chilling. There's even a book of a Spaniard in Puerto Rico. Like, these guys, like, they just want to fish and like party and take naps. They don't want to construct like buildings, you know, like they don't want to make money. So the Spanish arrive with this like armors, right? And the native people from there, they thought they were gods because they have canoes, which is like little boats, right? These are ships. So they thought that they were gods. And they were like, okay, well, we're gods. We want all of your gold. And they're like, this? Dude, here. Like, I don't care. Right? So then, they actually ignored Puerto Rico. And they start concentrating in Hispaniola. There's no Haiti. There's no Dominican Republic. It's just Hispaniola. And they have like then there's this other guy called Ponce de Leon. And Ponce de Leon is like, he's here chilling, right? And he talks with Spain, and it's like, yo, I actually want this island over here. And they were like, fine. So he kind of went over here. He settled in Caparra. It's a city, the first city. Doesn't exist anymore because every single time they try to make it happen, the natives will turn it down. So they actually traveled all the way to what is now the capital. And there they created the first city. And when Ponce de Leon became the first like president, governor, something to know, something funny about Juan Ponce de Leon is that years later, he became the governor for many years. And then he went back to Española and he started like kind of like traveling. And then the natives started messing with him, telling him like, yo, there is a legend that there is a fountain of youth. And if you drink from that fountain, you will always be young and you will never die. So he spent the rest of his years traveling, trying to find, because you have to know, this is a whole new world. They're seeing animals that they have never seen before. There's different cultures. There is like new flowers, new like everything, like flora, and found that new civilization. So everything was kind of like possible. So he started looking for the fountain of youth. And he went to Cuba, and in Cuba they told him like it's actually in Florida. And he went to Florida and he got killed by natives. So now there's like gold here. But the thing is that the people from Spain, they don't want to work. They don't want to get that work. And in a way, like, they want the natives to be like the workers. So they go to Spain and they convince the king that these people are not humans. they're like, hey, these are animals, you know, like, can we please make them slaves? And the king said, fine. And then la encomienda came to be, which is a piece of paper giving permission to Spain to enslave the natives. And then already the native died because of a lot of disease, right? And now you have and now you have like a religious figure, a bishop, making all of the natives Catholics, and if they say no, they cut their heads off. So people either became Catholic out of fear. Dan, how are you, my friend? You're number 5 today. This is real history right here. Yeah. So like, then like they cannot really, you know, like. So then like after working and all that, a lot of them died, and there were not many of them. But then, so here is Rincon, right? Oh, let's go to Puerto Rico. Here is Rincon. Then there is this town over here called Añasco. And people were actually very, like the natives, they were already very upset. And they were very sad. So 2 warriors, native warriors, decided to go with a plan and say like, I don't think that they are gods. Like, gods cannot be this evil, right? So imagine how evil it was that they didn't even say humans, you know? They said like, because for them there was nothing that evil, right? So they took this guy called Salcedo. Salcedo was a guy from Spain who went to Puerto Rico to work under the crown, to just see the slaves and make them like get gold from the rivers. So these 2 warriors grabbed him and like put his face on the river, fighting him, and then they noticed that he died. They actually, there's a legend who said like they actually stayed like 2 days looking at the body to see if it will come back to life, and it never did. So that's when they noticed that they've been fooled all this time. So they went to war with the Spanish, but most of them died already, you know, plus technology, right? So most of the little amount of natives got killed, and then another group just kind of like ran to the mountains in the center of the island, which to this day you can see a lot of like people. You don't see like 100 because small island, everybody got mixed. So then the Spanish were like, well, we kind of kill them all, and there's still a lot of work to do, and we don't want to work. There's these other animals in Africa, right? So they started, that's the way they think. I'm not saying it because I believe it, right? So they started the slave trade, the famous slave trade triangle. This is not it. Where's the other one? Africa is here. Europe is here. So they will go to San Juan or any of these islands, even United States. They will get rum, sugar, cotton, whatever, right? And they will go to Europe and they will sell it for money. Now that they have the money, they travel to Africa. And in Africa, they exchange the money for slaves. And now with a ship full of slaves, they will go to here, to the New World, and will exchange the slaves for money and sugar, rum. And it was like a never-ending triangle. And it's called the slave trade. The triangle slave trade. The slave trade triangle. I think that's the real name. So now you have Africans because they kill the natives doing all of the work, right? This is that, and you ask me why I don't trust people. So interestingly, all of this, right? Slaves in the South. Here, like Central America, Mexico, and South America, there were enough natives to bring slaves, right? But in United States, they kill them all and they keep kicking them more to the west, right? They keep promising, we're gonna stay here, and then they will expand. So here, there's a mix. So now in Puerto Rico, there is this Spaniards being like, oh my God, that native is so hot, and start popping babies. Or like, oh, that African woman is so beautiful, and start having babies. And then it starts mixing and mixing and mixing, and that's what I am. Those three are the main races that creates a Puerto Rican. Over here in Haiti, right? People see like Haiti, like, oh my God, there was an earthquake. It's a very poor country, right? But Haiti was flourishing. So by this time, Haiti, I'm all three, yeah. By this time, Haiti, like this island got divided. You have the Dominican Republic controlled by Spain, and you got Haiti controlled by France. So in Haiti, the black slaves got tired of it, of being slaves, right? Who would have thought? So they made like a huge revolt that turned into a war. First nation in the New World to gain its independence. First nation ever to get, well, in the New World, to get its independence, and by slaves. So by that time, it was like, whoa, that's crazy. And then this other nation started like, hey, we can do the same. So that's when like kind of like the rebel era was born, right? By that time in Europe, right? By that time in Europe, people were getting tired of kings. And then in France, there was the French Revolution, right? There was these people who said like, okay, we're living like in horrible conditions while the king is living like a king. So they're like, you know what, let's cut his head. So they got him, right? This guy was the leader of the revolt, got him and cut his head. And then the guy who cut his head claimed himself the king. And the people got him and cut his head. Right? And so now there's like a big like sentiment, right? And then time passes and Napoleon Bonaparte came to be. He became like the leader, right? And then he spoke with Spain and he was like, hey, Spain, we want to expand. We're cool, right? Can we go to Portugal? We kind of want to like conquer like Portugal. And if you let us like get there, we leave you alone. And Spain was like, fine. So the French went through Spain and conquered Portugal. So by that time, the king of Portugal was like, yo, the French are coming. And the king like escaped to Brazil, which Brazil is the only like country in the new world that speaks Portuguese. It's because there is a line that Spain and Portugal was like, okay, from this line is Spain, from this line you can like conquer, right? So the king of Portugal goes to Brazil, and then the French got Portugal, and then they're walking back to France, and then one of them said like, wait, we are already inside of Spain. Why don't we just take it? So they take Spain. And I think Napoleon Bonaparte made his brother the king of Spain. So by that time, the new world was like, yo, this is our time to become independent, because Spain is completely unstable. So they start having like wars, and all of these countries become like independent, except for Cuba, Puerto Rico, and the Philippines. You understand? Yes, it's sad history, important history, but it's full of like very like good stories. So then, right? So Philippines still with Spain, Puerto Rico still with Spain, Cuba still with Spain. Everything else independent. In South America, there was this guy in Venezuela called Simón Bolívar. And Simón Bolívar was a rich kid, but he felt he was from Venezuela and not from Spain. So he actually started fighting with all the Spanish, and he actually made like a kingdom of Colombia, and then he died. And everybody was like, I don't want a kingdom, I want to be my own country, right? So, where are we? Okay. So then now, funny thing. Remember, the king of Portugal is in Brazil, right? So Brazil became independent again. But the king was still in Brazil. And Portugal was like, hey, king, you can come back. And Portugal was like, but I love it here. I love Brazil. And it's like, you have to come back. So he comes back to Portugal. And his son went to Brazil. So now the prince of Brazil, of Portugal, sorry, is in Brazil. And he's like, I love it here. And Brazil was like, hey, you don't have to be the prince. You can be the king of Brazil. And he was like, and then he became the king of Brazil. And the Brazilians was like, okay, now we can kick him out and be independent. And that's how Brazil became independent. So now we go, where is it? All of that is happened. United States is becoming very, very powerful. And they want more. United States started with 13 colonies on the east. And then they started expanding all the way to California. And they took the native and they put them in little places. You stay there, that's your land. And they're like, no, it's not. Yes, it is. And then they wanted more. So they're like, we want California, every of it. So they started fighting with Mexico. And they took Texas, and they took California, they took New Mexico, and they pushed the Mexicans down. And then there was like, we want more. And they start like, ooh, Hawaii. And in Hawaii, there's this kingdom, and the first guy went there. I think he got killed in Hawaii. So another one came, and now you are part of us. And then they're like, hey, France, why don't you sell me your parts of the lands that you have? And France was like, fine. And then like, United States was like, no, we have to expand. So one day there is an American ship in Cuba and it explodes. Mysteriously explodes. I don't know. That's what history says. And the Americans were like, oh, it was Spain. Spain did it. Spain killed our soldiers. We have to fight with Spain. So they started fighting with Spain. By this time, Spain is very, very weak. So they go to Puerto Rico. And they travel and they go here. And then they go and they start and they take everything like in 3 days. Right? So then Spain is like, hey, I don't want to fight. And United States is like, well, if you don't want to fight, you have to give me Cuba, Puerto Rico, and the Philippines. And Spain was like, fine. And like, now Cuba, the Philippines, and Puerto Rico is part of United States. That was in 1898. Yeah. So now Spain only has Spain. United States has United States, Alaska, Hawaii, Cuba, Puerto Rico, the Philippine Islands in Asia, right? So Cuba fights for its independence, and they get their independence. The Philippines fight for their independence. They get to the independence. So when it comes to like, yeah, colonialism is very bad. Every country that takes over another country and they treat them like less, you know what I mean? Like, no matter what country, you know. And we see it in history. It happens again and 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 again, right? The United States do it, like UK have done it, the French have done it, Russia have done it, Japan have done it. And if we go back in time, right? The Romans did it, the Greeks did it, the Persians did it, the Ottomans did it, China did it. It's like, you know what I mean? And still, there's the Moors did it with Spain, because we just talk about like Spain, but right before that, right, the Moors took Middle East, the north of Africa, and like half of Spain. I like history. That's why. So then important things that happen in Puerto Rico, they also fought for their independence. There is Ponce. It's a very big city. It's one of the main cities. It's actually very famous because of art. Amazing musicians and composers come from this city right here. So by this point, United States wants to erase Puerto Rican culture, because that way they can control Puerto Ricans better, right? So that's, if you have a flag of Puerto Rico, you go to jail for 50 years. They changed schools. School was only in English. Actually, you wanna see how evil it is? You know birth control? Like the pill that women take so they don't get pregnant? The experiment was with Puerto Rican women. They actually gave cancer to Puerto Rican people so they can experiment to do research. There are letters saying of like American like scientists saying like Puerto Ricans are the dirtiest race in the world and they should all die. I am proud to say that I have killed 3 so far. Yeah. So now, but they try to control and erase the culture of Puerto Rico, but it's just not working, right? To the point that Puerto Ricans, they make like parades. They made one here. Remember, by this point, the governor of Puerto Rico is a militant guy, an American militant guy. So they made a parade for like Puerto Rican pride, and the governor sent the army, and they shot and killed every single body that was in that parade. Man, woman, children, anybody. To this day is called the Ponce Massacre. Also, there's a place here called Lares. A lot of people came together. A lot of people came together to make a revolution. It's called El Grito de Lares. The Lares screaming, right? It failed. There's this guy called Pedro Albizus Campos. Pedro Albizus Campos was a mestizo, meaning that he was white and black mixed from Puerto Rico, super intelligent. He actually went to United States to study in Harvard University, and he actually like graduated with honors, but they didn't want to give him the diploma because he was black, right? I think they gave it to him, I'm not sure. He went back to Puerto Rico, and what he did was going for the people and started, working with the people if they needed something to do with medicine or law. And he wanted Puerto Rico to be independent. And he was part of the Nationalist Party. He became a politician, a very well-known politician that was against imperialism, right? And he wanted Puerto Rico to be independent. Well, they started attacking police stations around the island and taking over it, right? Actually, this is what happened. So by this point, Puerto Ricans were already brainwashed. Because what they did, right? Let's say I'm the governor and Puerto Rico has a lot of sugar cane. So what I do is I make the sugar cane so high that you cannot afford it. And you have to go bankrupt. And then I buy it. And I make a private company. And then next thing I do is I eliminate every farm in Puerto Rico. So if you want food, you have to get it from me. And you have to get it from United States. You're not gonna grow anything. Another thing, you cannot trade with anybody without my permission. Oh, you wanna trade with your neighbor? No. Who are you? No. Only if I tell you. Let's say that I'm Puerto Rico now, right? Let's say Puerto Rico wants to get cars from Japan. Japan cannot come to Puerto Rico. No. Japan has to go to United States, change the cars and put it in an American ship, and then that American ship goes to Puerto Rico. And you pay the taxes. Puerto Rico pay those taxes. You want oranges? Of course they grow in Puerto Rico, but you're gonna buy them from Florida. You want eggs? Of course you can have eggs in Puerto Rico, but you're gonna buy them from United States. Oh, you're going to grow oranges anyway? Okay. No supermarket will put them on their shelves. They can put it, but like very hidden. My company has a lot of money, so I'm gonna buy the rights to put my American products on the shelf of Puerto Rico. That's how it is in Puerto Rico. I think that sums up the history. It went a little bit dark, but it's the truth. Yeah, that's how it. I'm not kidding. That's how it is. That's how it is. Oh. Yeah, it's that is kind of like the real history of like Puerto Rico. And like right now people are like still fighting for the independence, because right now people are just leaving. They're leaving. Where am I? Oh, people are just leaving Puerto Rico because it's impossible. It's very hard to live there. And they go to United States because a lot of people defend um a lot of people defend United States, saying like, yeah, but we have the passport. We have, because we have American passports, we're born um American citizens, right? But it's not free. Actually, you know how we got the citizenship? World War One. They needed more soldiers. So if we make Puerto Rican citizens, we can just take them to be soldiers. That's how, you know, that's how it happened. But your country, do you mean like your country like UK, or the country of your roots? You know that I've always been curious, but I don't ask you because I want to respect your privacy. But if you want to tell me, you're able to. Mm. Da, 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 da. You're from a lot of places? Which one were you thinking about? Remember, only if you want to. You don't have to. You can just put hashtag privacy and I understand. Hashtag privacy. Yeah. Yeah, every country, like a lot of nations have. Cause even like if you really like think about it, I just spoke about like colonialism and UK, but if you go back in time, right, you have the Vikings and the Germanics taking over UK as well. You know what I mean? Like the Vikings came, like just took over like UK, and then you have like UK after that with like Scotland. And if you go to like Spain, you have like the Catholics going against like the Muslims for the reconquest, right? The Reconquista. And if you go even back in time, you have like the Visigoths taking over like Spain or the Iberian Peninsula. And if you go back and then right in the middle, then like the Moors taking it over from the Visigoths. And then if you go like and then if you go a little bit back in time, then you have like the Romans taking it over. Yeah, that's actually pretty crazy. 400 years. What if I go? No. Should go here. And then here I want river. Ooh-wee. I love this. Now you know the truth, yeah. And now like the problem is that like there's been like so much like brain like washing, right? That first resources are not there anymore because they took all of the resources, so we are not we cannot take care of ourselves. We're always depend, right? So like if United States leave today, Puerto Ricans cannot, there's no food anymore, right? It will take time to like grow it. And then like with Cuba, right? So Cuba, United States was trying to always intervene. Oh, because by the way, United States, they intervene with all Latin America. So let's say there is a guy in a country in Latin America that is not capitalist. They will kill them and put a puppet, somebody who actually works for the states, right? Or they would give guns and money to somebody to take them out and become the main power. And that happened like a lot in the 80s, the 70s, the 60s, the 50s, right? And Cuba actually, they had like a dictator, and there were different groups that were fighting for like a change of power. That's where like Fidel Castro come into play. That's where Che Guevara is a symbol of revolution comes into play, and they actually win. But United States, you know, the CIA, they try to kill Fidel Castro so many times. And by this point, right, there is already like atom bombs. So United States start putting missiles, right? Like the bombs, they phew, very close to Russia. That I think that by at this point it is the USSR, right? And like Russia is like, yo, can you please like not do that? And United States is like, what if I do anyway? And then Cuba is like, psst, psst, hey, psst, USSR, Russia, psst, I got a plan. So United States, they keep messing with us. Why don't you put your bombs in Cuba? You know, I'll give you permission. Look, this is Cuba. This is the tip of United States. So United States see all of these Russian ships going to Cuba. And the president, which was, I think it was Kennedy at that point, being like, yo, Russia, what are you doing? And Russia is like, what are you doing? And they're like, it's called the missile crisis, because the world was so close to having bombs going over and over. Like they say that the people from USSR and United States, they were like in a standoff. But at the end, they came into like the conclusion of like, okay, let's take away the bombs. And Russia is like, one more thing. You can never try to take over Cuba. And United States was like, fine. But what United States does now is like an embargo, which is, this is not the one. They do this with Venezuela also. They never come to Cuba, but they have a bunch of ships here. So whenever in international waters so it doesn't break any law. And then somebody, I'm bringing medicine to Cuba. Oh my God. And they're like, no, go back, go back, go back. And it's like, I'm sorry, Cuba. I wanted to help you, but I don't want to die. Same thing with Venezuela over here, right? So with Cuba, we see a lot of like, there is no medicine, there's not a lot of things, right? And it's because they cannot really exchange because there is a wall of warships here as well. So people is like, I wanna help, and then United is like, what are you trying to do? And they're like, sorry, Venezuela. Like that. But I will be irresponsible if I don't mention that throughout history United States have also done some good when it comes to innovation. And also like in the beginning, like the way the United States was formed, it was very, very beautiful in a way. Except that it was more for their kind, right? But it was a place where it was a republic, there is no kings. The first president with that is George Washington, he could have go and say, I'm going to be king. But he didn't. He was like, no, I'm just gonna do a few years and then the next person and then the next person. There was a time where the world was getting like persecuted because of like religion purposes, and a lot of people found like a place where if they work hard they will be able to be successful. Nobody is king here, right? um so that was very, very good. The problem is that some of these families that became very successful became too successful to the point where they can in a way control how the nation goes. In the Constitution of the United States, there's a lot of rules that are made specifically for this kind of things that have been happening and has happened to not happen, right? Like for example, in the United States there is the right to bear arms, so you're able to have guns, right? The reason of that is because they were thinking about corruption and they were thinking about somebody like taking over. So to make sure that that doesn't happen, they give the people the power that if there is somebody inside the government trying to take over, it is the responsibility of the people to get rid of that person, right? So it's not like guns for guns sake. No, it's so you can like defend yourself, and it's not like you don't have anything and then somebody takes over and they have all of these weapons and you don't have anything. So that's the reason like why, you know. And there is like a lot of stories about people that in their homeland who have never ever done anything, and then they came and they really put their work, you know, did their work, and like they live a very like comfortable life. And in a way, like that is what like America stands for. Now it's controversial because they can also, some people can also do very bad things in the name of good, you know. Yeah, because the thing with the guns, right, is that I believe that there must be like more like education um about it, right, about like responsibilities about it, right? So but I kind of like believe that you should have the right, because you imagine like a tyrant government and you have no weapon to defend yourself, right? It would be almost impossible to fight back. So, but it should be like more education about the responsibility about it, right? And it's more like, you know, like back in the day, you could have a sword, right? So, with technology. No, pa 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 pa. I need an extra one. Nah. Oh, because I did it. I need ta 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 ta. Oh no. Ta 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 ta. Ta 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 ta. So 1/3. I know, and it has a lot of like gun violence, and there is more like control, because you also have to know that like if you don't have the right to have a gun, still people will find guns. People will still find guns, right? So now people that find guns that are like criminals will take over. You can still have it illegally, so you will prefer to have also a legal way of having it. That way, if something happens, they can be registered to you. There are like some like, well, you have to register the gun, so. Less people will have them, right? But you have to think about it. If you are gonna find it illegally, right? The people that will have it is the people that will go through the trouble of finding that way or are already part of that way, right? So then let's say, right, that a group of rebels go collect a bunch of like guns and take over a town, or want to take over a government, or want to take over like something, right? How are you going to defend yourself? By the way, Chia, you're welcome to like your opinion or views, and my opinion or views don't have to align, right? So just to let you know. Um, it depends what kind of violence, right? If it's like street gangs, there are like illegal. But over here, there's also like kind of like a epidemic of like extreme views, and because of those extreme views, um, a young kid gets brainwashed by them, and then they decide to do like a school shooting or something like that, right? Those sometimes they just buy them like at a department store. Do you think that people will not take over towns and stuff? Like if you really look like at the at what happens like in the world, like as of right now, right? Let's talk about Sudan for a second. So right now, like Sudan, there was like this leader, right? There was like this leader, and these two different armies overthrew the leader, and right now there is a complete division between the west and the east of Sudan, and they're attacking each other. And now they're using the population and attacking civilians to kind of fight one another, right? So that's not even a town, that's taking over a whole like nation, right? And probably these people cannot even defend yourself. There is people that would not even take a side, they just want to defend themselves. So it happens. Maybe it doesn't happen where we live, but it does happen. There's a lot of places where like militias in a way take over, you know? Like right now, like in United States, there's like gang violence, right? Because there, you have to know that in United States that there are gang violence. And by the way, gang violence is a product of their like environment. You have to like know, right? Like before knowing what's happening, there's always like a reason of why, right? So there are places there are places, for example, like more north, like like Chicago and California, you know, that they're more into like not owning guns, right? They are neighborhoods that are taken over by gangs. And these gangs do whatever they want. And they can kill your family, you know, because so well you were there. And if you have kids, they will try to recruit them. And because of the environment, right, it's very easy for them to fall into it in a way that is a modern version of a militia taking over a town, right? So in a way, it does happen too. I don't know about like UK, but I'm sure that there is some pockets of UK that because like of poverty and because of segregation and because like lack of opportunities, you know, like people have had to like resort to like extreme ways of living. I just don't know about like UK, so I cannot say like for sure. You know what I mean? But
Camina y no olvides vivir.
I really don't know, right? But I'm sure if we do some research, we can find. Let's see if like for I don't know how true is this, all right? I don't know how true is this. But historically, oh, but this is so okay, so this is 19th century, so that's 1800s. So in Birmingham, there were the Peaky Blinders in 20th century. But I don't know how truthful that is or how it worked. Birmingham, there's been like in Birmingham, in Liverpool, in London, Manchester. This is 2007. A major offensive against gun crime committed by gangs in Birmingham, Liverpool, London, Manchester. It led to 118 arrests. If that's not a militia, I don't know what that is. See, and they were so over here. There's two big ones: the Crips and the Bloods, right? And in a way that inspired like a lot, like in the world, for a lot of countries to do like the same. And by the way, look, like the Crips, like all of these gangs, look, history about gangs, right? For example, like the Crips, it started in LA, right? There is these kids and they are from this neighborhood. In this neighborhood, the government put there the quote unquote undesirables, on this undesirables. Anyway, right? So there is a lot of racism involved. There is a lot of police brutality, right? There was a lot, I think this is 80s or 70s. There is like, you know, like a lot of like unfairness. And then you have to know, like, when people get oppressed, right? There is a point where like the oppressed start oppressing other oppressed, and they start fighting for crumbs. I have seen that with my own eyes. How like a group of oppressed people start attacking each other to be a little bit less oppressed, right? And then like this group of people, and then like this group of people like started like getting together, and in a way they made an oath to protect each other, just friends, you know, to protect each other. Maybe there was like another like group that was attacking them, and that's how it starts. Like gangs really started as a noble thing and a thing of like necessity, and there was really no crime like involved, right? There is like many gangs that started like in prison, right? Like there is one like in Puerto Rico, there is one called the Nietas, right? Which it was a form in Puerto Rico. There was this prison, it closed already, and it was called Oso Blanco, or White Bear, where there was so much corruption and there was so much unfairness that a group of prisoners got together to take care of each other. That's how it started, right? The thing is that after a while, right? It's the same thing like in the United States, there's like this like they go in, let's say like you're from Dominican Republic, you go in, and then the blacks have their group and they're always together, the whites have their group and they're always together, the Mexicans, the Puerto Ricans, and the Dominicans are by themselves, so they get picked on, so they get together to protect themselves, right? But then they take it to the streets, and then they're together, and then they start thinking about making money. So then drugs get involved, right? Or maybe a mafioso guy, one of the big ones, because you have to know that these like gang members, they are just pawns. Like the real bosses don't even get their hands dirty. And I'm not talking like the boss of the gang. No. Right? So they don't really like, I forgot what I was saying. No, I'm talking about the whole world. Really. That happens in the world. Does something similar happen in Sweden? But I'm gonna use the restroom real quick. I'm gonna put this, I'll be right back. Real quick though. relax. Really? I would have never imagined that they're crazy gang wars over there. Like do you know the history of of some of these gangs? Because I was talking with Chia, right? That a lot of these gangs actually get together for a noble cause. You know what I mean? And then it kind of like gets crazy from there. By the way, look, let's look at this together. I just got my artist recap. Let's see, let's do this a little better. Oh, I can do it here. The artist recap. Let's see if we did better than last year. Let's see. Let's watch it together. So let's see what's the first thing. It's been a big year. I did 121,677 views. Which, this is what I kind of like take into consideration. Cause I kind of, when I started, right, taking like music like serious, I used to get like so like anxious and so in a way like disappointed, because I will compare myself with other people, and that's the worst thing that you can do, right? Especially in this day and age when a lot of people is able to fake things, right? You have no idea how many artists buy streams numbers and buy views and buy followers and like and even successful ones still keep doing it, right? Like it's kind of like crazy. So I started like kind of like being like my own competition, right? And just do like a little bit better than like before. Yeah, 80. I got 81. That's pretty good. So, oh wait. Okay, here is better. Now, four months of listening. They kind of put it like that to like make you feel like it's a lot, which I mean, it's more than last year, that's for sure. Right, so 2.8k hours. Of course, this is the most. This is like the most like the biggest song. But and then people come here for the videos and this. Okay, this one kind of doesn't make sense because the other one, the video for this one, it has like, let's see. We'll check later. But there's something here. I don't know, maybe. I'm not sure. Oh, this, yo, this video over here, it took me so long. It was work, right? And you know how technology works very, technology goes very fast. Like it gets better and better and better, especially AI, right? This was like when it was like kind of like getting good, but still. And I remember like I got a subscription, which it wasn't that crazy, right? And it was actually like pretty like quick, but writing prompts for AI is kind of like a science, to be honest. So it was like trial and error, and then it's only a few seconds. And if you want to try the continuation of that, it goes berserk, it goes crazy. And like, and sometimes everything is good, but if you see in the video, sometimes I have like knee-high leather boots, and sometimes I have dressing shoes. Shorts. Oh look, that one is not mine. This one I did. This shorts is actually showing like the music, the written, like handwritten music of like Beethoven and Mozart. That short always get views. The one in the middle is the oldest piano like alive. Not alive, but like, that still exists. And then that one with Toad, I have no idea. So May was my. Oh, by the way, this is only like, this is not like my YouTube. This is YouTube like music, mostly, I believe. So May was my best day. My best month with 23.2. This is my best day. 2.7 views. Pretty good. Like such a difference from last year, to be honest. That's that is kind of like, everybody has like a niche, right? That's what I wanted like my niche to be. It's kind of like, let's do like music, let's do it like raw. I started doing like the live streams, right? Because I, in a way, like I wanna like show like the process and kind of like doing it like together in a way, like really call my attention. And like, yeah, I don't know, like in a perfect world, I'll keep building like that. There's been like Cristofori, yeah, Bartolomeo Cristofori. I'm gonna do that video, that piano video again, but like in Spanish. I have to start doing in Spanish. Like the live streams is gonna be like that, but I noticed most of my audience in music is in Spanish. So I have to release a few videos like in Spanish, But I was talking about, oh yeah, like kind of like trying to like keep it like raw and doing things like that. There's been many times that I come with ideas that is like boom, very like trendy, but like my mind and soul refuses to do it. Come on, Chia. That makes me very, very happy, man. Really. And actually, like, you're super cool, like, to talk to. You're my friend. Look, this is the live streams. You're my friend. This is where we at. this is actually very surprising. It says United States. I think here is better. It says United States. That's the most views. But in a way, like, I'm starting to think that it is because that's the most people see while like swiping, and maybe they watch, and it's not about like people who actually, right? Because the second one that I have is Mexico. No, not so. Japan is third. But this is kind of like views, right? So we have to kind of think about like what constitutes a view, right? Which is probably somebody watching the video for a certain amount of time, right? It could be, I don't know, 15 seconds, 30 seconds. So maybe that's what I'm thinking. Maybe somebody watched it for like 15 seconds, and most people watch it for 15 seconds were from the US. That's what I'm thinking. And Japan is number 3. So United States is 15.8K. Mexico is 11.8, and Japan is 3.3. Let's see what else. Oh, that's it. Well, that's a mic drop on 2025, but we can play it out without saying thank you. Want to share the love? I'm gonna share, but it's probably gonna be this one. I feel like this one is wrong. Because let me show you. Let's go to content. Content. Let's go to videos. Oh, it could also, I don't know why. See, but this one was 7 months ago. And this one has, and this is a video, 12.2K, right? And the one that the one that is showing is the 426 one, which is this one. I don't know how it works. But I'm gonna do it my own way. So I'm gonna download this. Oh, and the live stream one. So that's my 2025 artist recap on YouTube. So next year I have to do better than this year. This year, actually, what really helped me was like the one song really helped me. And now, and the live streams are really like helping me a lot, right? Plus, in a way, like live stream has become one of my favorite things. Just, you know, just talking and chilling, telling stories, making music. Chia is Chia can answer himself. If he's still around. Let's go back to that song. I think Chia got shy. Crane. I keep adding stuff. So, Crane, can I ask you a question? I need your opinion on something. Check this side right here. Look, this part right here. The bridge, I don't know if to make it double or just that. I should have started from there.
Ser feliz,
Pero
en la vida hay que luchar y persistir. Se sintió real, verdad que sí. Sé que sanará,
right, and then this.
pero sin mí.
Okay, I think too much. Right? So this bridge, should I double it? Because I'm gonna sing on the second part. So I can have some like breathing. This one. Oh, there's a mistake here. No. Right, and this is the chorus, right? But I don't know if here, right? Okay, good. Here is gonna be just breathing, you know, more like instrumental. So this part, right? If I should double it, so it would be this, long instead of, get it? If I should leave it like that, right? Because this is what I'm thinking, this. Only instruments. I sing here. I don't know what I'm gonna say. Right? Oh, you're right. Thank you. It does that sometimes. Now. So I should leave it like this, or should I like double it, make it go again? I think just leave it like that, short and sweet. Because this is the singing part, so maybe I should leave it like that. I don't want the song to be too long. I know that you're not a fan of the drums, but I love this switch. Right, so it's going from this and then it goes to normal. So yeah, I thought the same thing, but it's just I kind of like this sound so much that I was thinking like, oh, maybe it can be, you know, those bridges, right? Or like interlude in a way, where it's kind of like you listen to the song and there's a part in the middle that you just go like, and it's kind of like a little bit longer, like this. It does sounds like lo-fi. It does. No, but lo-fi would be like all piano. Do you remember when lo-fi was like everywhere? Which, by the way, I think it was made in Japan. This guy from this like record store, like I saw a YouTube video about it. It's this guy from like a record store who just started, like, he was also like kind of like a DJ, and he started like kind of like mixing and make it like very like nostalgic. He took like old school like hip hop beats and like just put something kind of like jazzy and relaxing.
No somos
I think
salvación.
pretty, I don't know what else I needed to add. An intro. Oh, this is gonna kill me, bro.
somos salva, no somos salvación, ni santos.
Oh, wait, I did something very wrong.
De marfil.
That could be, I could keep it just simple, to be honest. I would do that, just. Okay, that's one way. Another one is just starting just like that. Just.
Salvación.
That's not bad.
Ni santos de marfil.
Right? Oh, that's bad. Crane, do you know what would happen if, right, hear me out, if I record real bass now and not in the beginning? Oh, that's. Ew. Hello, everybody. Thank you for coming. We're here because of you. Everybody, hands together. It sounds like that. What do you mean? Don't make all the sound exactly on the grid. What, this grid? Oh. Yeah, I know what you mean. I know what you mean. I only do it exactly on the grid when it comes to arpeggiators, right? And then I kind of like on the one also. I want it. Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah, I tried to. Oh, I want to fix this one because I made it too stupid. Yeah, I only do it for the arpeggiators. Because if not, like, it becomes a mess. Not what I'm looking for. Not what I'm looking for. Yeah, I kind of noticed. It sounds like too perfect. This is a nice sample. This is a good sample. I got to cut those. Bro. Only thinking what's left to do. You know this thing? Maybe I can start with that.
Yo sé que la misión fue ser feliz.
By the way, Chia left. He's from UK.
Pero en la vida
But you know how I'm always like putting like Japanese like titles and there's so like I don't know if like if you can scroll there's like you know like there's like a Japanese like audience. So he would think he thought that
no olvides.
you know what also happened? Like look, I have this too, right? This one I recorded taking your suggestion, right? Of course I lower the volume because lowering the gain, it's a headache, right? And then this one is way lower than your suggestion, but I feel this one sounds so much better. So the one that is like lower for me sounds better. Really? I need to check that song then. I know the song, but I didn't know there was somebody who sat at the piano keys. Who would do that? That is a sin. But this one, I don't know. Maybe I'm tripping. I think the second one, I kind of like the second one more.
Yo sé que la misión
I don't know. Anyway, what else do we need? I was thinking also the intro. So
Sacúdete.
I'm already adding stuff, but I feel like this is too. That's too lonely. Maybe like a piano. Even I think so too. And you know, the most important thing is like, for me, is the feeling that it gives me. Every time that I step outside, I got a friend in this building. Oh, who he has an electroacoustic guitar. I don't know about an acoustic. So I'm thinking this. Because I'm thinking in the beginning. So. Right? I like that.
Salvación.
What do you think, bro? Is it too cheesy? You play guitar? Okay, yeah, for sure. You know that I was thinking like the other day, on the last stream, cause for real, like when you put when you put your song for like other platforms, right? To put it like on Spotify and all that, it asks for like credits, and I really, and please like allow me to like kind of like put you there, right? As I don't know, producer assistant or something like that. Or if you do guitars, right? But then like for the credit, I'm like, how can I get in touch with you? And how can I get the information I need to get in touch with you without you putting your information on a live chat? You know what I mean? What about down here?
Salvación.
I think, I don't know. I kind of liked it here more than here. Let's do it, but like how? Like, do you have like a handle? Like maybe like Instagram where I can like I don't know like send you like a DM so then we can exchange like emails and stuff or something. Yeah, that's because, and you know what? I didn't really studied Spanish music, right? It's all been like because of like culture and because everything that I have listened to. I can you I don't can you you cannot send DMs on YouTube. I was This is my Insta just in case. But if I mean that's my Insta. I don't know if you have Insta. Oh, you don't? How do people do it? Well, we figure it out. So, I train a little bit of I train a little bit of classical music and then like indie rock music, right? But I never went into like Spanish music when it comes to studying it. But I listened to it my whole life. And I always use this rhythm. So tum pa kum pa tum pa tum pa tum. Always. It's one of my go-tos. So I don't know where I got it from until a couple of months ago, like I'm playing and somebody's like, hey, you're playing cha-cha-cha music. And I'm like, what? And it's like, you have to... And I had no idea. And I feel so comfortable. And even, see, I make a lot of mistakes, but I can still fix it. That sounded cool. And then like when I was composing like classical for my teacher, I'm not gonna remember, but this is the best piece that I was able to compose. So. Sorry. It's been a while. And then ooh, I forgot. Ah. And this is the part where he's like, it sounds so Latin on this part. Sorry, it's been a while. Okay, I cannot think too much. I just have to play it. And then something like that. It's been so long. So, is it here? Or no? Something like that. And then it went back to the beginning. No, not the beginning, but no. And that was the ending. Something like, it's been a while. But that part, he was like, that's so Latin. I wanna record that piano. Where am I? Okay, I'm in the right spot. No! Okay. What was it? So, right? All right, thank you for being here. I'll see you tomorrow and try to find if there's a DM. I would love to hear what you do with the guitar. I'm very curious. Thank you for being here as always. Ah, so close. That sounds very good.
Salvación y santos de
That's been gone.
salvación y santos de marfil.
No. Let's try one more time. So. Oh, I need to hear myself. I need to hear myself. I'm gonna do it a little bit louder. No.
No somos salvación y santos.
I think we got. Ya está. Russia! Привет. That's all I know. Привет. What is привет? Hello? Привет is hello, right? Hey bro, how you doing? How are you?
Salvación.
It's cold, but isn't it cold in Russia every time? Thank you. Russia, you know, Russia has a lot of amazing music and art. I don't play Russian, no. I used to, I play a little bit of like Tchaikovsky, but I don't remember. I only remember a very little kid song. I forgot. No, was it that? No, it wasn't that. It wasn't that. It was. No, it wasn't that. I don't remember. I don't remember. But let's see. I'm gonna improvise something. Kalinka Malinka? No. What's Kalinka Malinka? So it will be the minor scale, right? Is that a little bit Russian? That's all I know. Is maybe? Creep the song. Creep the song is 4 chords. I tried my best. Ele. Ah, thank you. How do you say thank you in Russian? LPZs. Habla español, ¿verdad? Oh, Queen. Let's see what we can find. Freddie Mercury, he's like. But look, but we're having fun here. This is for fun. So there's gonna be a lot of mistakes and very bad singing. What is that song? What is that song? You're a fan of Freddie Mercury? Show me that you're actually a fan. What is the name of that song? I'm gonna play it again. Ah. Okay. What is the name of that song? What is the title of that song? What is it? What is that song? What is it? Tonight, right? Under myself, all a good time. I feel alive. And the way pretending is don't let the groove. Well, yeah, I'm floating around in ecstasy. Oh, don't stop now. Don't stop now. 'Cause I'm having a good time. Having a good time. Oh, having a good time. Having a good time. You know this song? Alex. Thank you. First time yeah, I mean I like to believe that I'm nice. I don't Do you think that there's ever been somebody like, nah, I'm not nice? What is the song, Alex? What is the title of it? Oh, my shooting star, I'm to the sky like a tiger, fighting the loss of the gravity of my racing car. I'm passing by like Lady Godiva. I'm gonna go, go, go. There's no stopping me. Standing to the, no, standing to the sky. Yeah. By the way, I'm kind of like looking at the chords and playing. It is called Don't Stop Me Now. Where's the chorus? Oh, don't stop me now. I'm having such a good time. I'm having a ball. Don't stop me now. If you wanna have a good time, just give me a call. Don't stop me now. That's a good song. What else? I'm gonna play. Okay. Everybody should know this one. I'm gonna see if I'm able to play it. Remember, there will be 1,000 mistakes. It's actually pretty bad, but thank you. Let it be. There you go, Alex. Alex has 1 point. It's just for fun, you know what I mean? Like, by the way, when I make songs, like for real, like, you know that I'm like that. I don't do them live. It takes me a while. Also, I have to be like in my zone, right? But I know for a fact that like my voice is not like a singer, right? I'm able to hit the notes if I really concentrate, you know? Oh, really? I thought that Russia was pretty much untouched and the war was taking place on the other side. But that sucks. I I hope it gets resolved soon, to be honest. But yeah, whenever you're here, come and say what's up, and I'll say what's up back to you. I understand. I'm Alex. Um, you know what? You just reminded me when I was 20 years old, because piano is my thing, right? I don't really sing, but I love writing music, bro. So it's kind of like a dilemma that we have right there. You know what I mean? That's a dilemma. So I actually started going, like when I moved recent when I just moved to New York, I started going to open mics. And it was the best place that I could have ever entered. It was this bar in Alphabet City. That's the name of the neighborhood, Alphabet City. And it was called Banjo Gyms. It was in a corner. And you have to, thank you. And you have to, like, when you go in, you have to buy 2 beers if you want to sing. And you had like you were able to do 2 songs, and you can go and buy I used to buy like PBS beers, which is like the cheapest, because I have like no money, but I want to sing very badly. And it had a piano. I don't remember the songs that I played. There was one, oh, Mary. And people loved it. And everybody was like older, right? Everybody was like older. They were into like folk music. And it was just the best place to like break the ice. And I remember that on the mic, I was like, pause. On the mic, I was like, I'm not as, I don't sing well, but you know. And then you just reminded me, because a guy came and told me, like, don't say that you don't sing well, you know. But he was like, don't put that like out there. Just do you, you know. I appreciate it, Alex. There was this song that I did called Mary. I'm not gonna remember, but ah, no. So, uh, and it was like a sad song. No. And then let's see if I. Yeah, because by that time I was listening to Chopin a lot. You got a good ear. And then the lyrics was like another year is ending. And Mary is still lonely. You can see it in her eyes that she feels so sorry. No. About 1958. I forgot the chords. So, another year is ending, and Mary is still lonely. You can see it in her eyes that she feels so sorry. About 1958. She remembers that summer like if it was yesterday. She was young and full of glory. She was the beauty of the town. Oh boy, if you were around, you would have fallen for her without a doubt. It was a Friday night. She went out with the girls when Mary met this guy, the most handsome of the world, and I forgot the most of the world, and Oh, this is the best part. What is your language? What is your first language? French? Are you into... French is a good, very good language to make music because it flows well, right? I know nothing about French. Let's see, I'm gonna try. Bonjour. Is that French? Bonjour. Let's just, should we do something more hype? Let's do something more. You know what I mean by that? More dancey. So let's start with the drum. We're gonna make a drum this time. You're not a good judge? Why you're not a good judge? Why? What is your first language? So your main language, is it French? Or you teach French? Why you know? I'm from Puerto Rico. You know where Puerto Rico is? I like that. We need to find a good snare, but that is also no. Ew. You're French and you teach French to, I got it. So you're French and you teach French in France, right? I know what you mean. Do you do it by yourself or do you do it like in a school? Oh, middle school and high. So see, but then it becomes a little bit more intense because now you have to have all of these rules, right? I was actually telling somebody earlier. Oh, literature. That's good. There's a lot of good French literature that I cannot think of one right now. So are you from France or are you from another country that speaks French? Ooh, that doesn't sound bad at all. Let's give it a try. No. Do, ba, right? Let's do 120. Because France France 1920s, my friend. My favorite composer was French, which is Eric Satie. He is my favorite composer, like over Chopin. So okay, so you are a French-speaking guy from France that teach French to French students in France. Got it. Is that too much for the vibe? Yeah, that makes complete sense. I'm from Puerto Rico, which is in the Caribbean. Let me see. Okay. Never got. By the time of the colonies, France attacked Puerto Rico many times, fighting with Spain. But they never got to like go inside. They did with Haiti. I'm saying this because earlier I was talking about history. I like history. I want a good. That's not bad. What is that? Can we get a chill one? You were never born? How are you here? That's like a dad joke right there. Oh, what can you say more? That's actually a question. Whatever you want. What you've been up to lately? What is something that what is something that lately you're like into it? Like a show, like anything. Maybe you are enjoying taking walks in the park. I don't know. What you mean you were not born? That means that you're not alive because you were never born. Why? What do you think about this? Ooh. That sounds good, right? But I need more alive, like, no. I need a hi-hat. Let's get a hi-hat. That sounds good, so. No, let's get a real one. Let's do that. So. Oh, I never said that. I never said that. I said that there were wars, right? And they were fighting another kingdom, which it was Spain. It's very different from what I said. Now we go here. Right? And now of course, you know, and then the French had the revolution, which is something very inspiring, right? I like that. I can't, you have to remember, Eric Satie is my favorite composer. I'm also a big fan of I should not say this, of Mark de Sade. I like his writing. It's complicated to say, yeah. Who says? I have never heard that the French are monsters. Where are you reading? Well, you're the teacher. I feel that no country is monsters, but humans can be monsters. That's how I feel. You know something that I really like about the French? I have a friend. He's living in Puerto Rico and he's French. He married my friend. He's a DJ. And like I am talking with him and sometimes things happen in Puerto Rico that people are not happy. And he tells me this will never happen in France because if like the government does something that the people don't like, they're going to let the government know. And I think that that is how it should be. Yeah, and I think that that is important. So that's good. So let's see. So really? Why? Because he always go to the perfect point to defend himself, and he's very good at it. So he's a very smart man. He, discuss, but it's more like fighting. Yeah, and you can feel when a discussion is going to happen, and then you're like, okay, here we go. And then you think you have him, and you're like, ah! And then suddenly he look at you like, and you're like, no. And he tells you this, and you're like, no. Oh, look. Isn't that a little French? Oh, this one. So. What's the culture shock? I don't like that. I don't. See, now it's better. Like that. Oh, your friend and everybody. Yeah, for me, like if I have a conversation with somebody and we disagree, I'm going to. If I have a conversation with somebody and I disagree, I'm going to defend what I believe. But if I see the other person don't want to listen to me, then I'm like, forget it. Like I'm not gonna waste my time. Oh. Chia, how are you? Well, where are you? The walk. Okay. Now I think friends, and I kind of like I understand this because where I'm from, we're very proud, right? Chill vibes. Do you think this is chill vibes? Nah, this is not that chill. Let's say goodbye to this one. Bye. Deleted it. Yeah, but there is oh, okay, chill vibes, got it. That's nice. But yeah, Alex, there is there is like some people, right? You tell me if this is true. I hear that if you visit France and you don't speak French, they will speak to you in French. Like, is that true? And I'm asking like really because I don't know. I heard that a few times. And my friend tells me like really not like if you go to like the capital like Paris, maybe, but if you go to other places it's not like that. Maybe another piano. We're into these vibes. Paris, not France? What do you mean? It's like different from other places. Do you ever go to the capital? Do you ever go to Paris? I want to go to France, but it's for the art history. You know? Some people have told me that, like, some people have told me that they don't like it because it's like too many tourists. I heard that. Very soon, Alex is gonna bring his friend, and his friend will explain everything to us. I've also heard that, but it also seems like, because my friend Maxime, I forgot where he's from, but he, like, what city he's from, but he's from France, and he told me that even him, he don't like going to Paris. See, it's so then Parisians sound like New Yorkers in a way, you know? Always in a hurry, always like, hey, tourists, like, move, and like, right? Same thing happened. See, so then I think it's kind of like in the capitals of like this. And the thing is, like, for example, me living like in New York, like in the center. Oh, living in the center, it kind of makes you like that if you stay there long enough. Because I have done it. Move. Like, so your big brother, does he like it? Because I bet just like in here, right? Like a lot of people from the countryside, once they like study or do whatever, they go to the big cities to like work or like, you know, to just be there. Yeah, but I understand because like even me, like I'm from a small town, right? And like I love my town. But when I was like 18, 19, like I felt that I had to go because I wanted to do like my own thing. And I felt that if I stay in my town, and I love my town, but if I stayed there, then like I would just not be able to do anything. I would feel like trapped. So I kind of went to like the city and I travel a little bit, right? And now I really like small. Now I really like countryside. Less stress, yeah. And also it's not like before because now we have the internet. So it's not like before where you had to like travel, right? I'm gonna move to Paris. And if you guys ever see me, I'm gonna be like, get out of the way. And you're like, oh, is that Feliciano? And then if I move to Paris, I'll do the live and I'll be like, okay, let's begin. You know? But does your brother visit you? Does your brother visit you, Alex? Yeah, don't talk to me. Just let me play. Like that. Oh. You don't give him a choice. But does he invite you? Does he say like, "Hey Alex, come, you're gonna like it, come"? He do that? Have you ever gone to Paris just to visit him? Yeah, he sounds very nice. Maybe you can go have lunch with him or dinner, and the rest of the time go to the museums. Ooh. Ah. So then you're not gonna like New York, because New York is very similar. Just a lot of people. And very expensive. I think you will hate it. And to be honest, after being like a while, it's kind of like love-hate relationship. You like that you're close to everything, you can find everything, but you hate everything else. But I heard that in London it's like almost always like cloudy and rainy. Is that true? I like this. Every day I like right after it rains. You know what I mean? This sounds beautiful. Even that one. You wanna be a but the thing is like kind of sounds like Bach a little bit, right? It sounds like Bach if I continue, right? You know, my father is from the town where I grew up in the coast. So it's like a coast town, the beach, right? My mother, she's from the countryside, mountains. Growing up, I used to have so much fun with my cousins. We would just jump like jungle, just going through the trees, running up and down, getting dirty. It was so good. Corner town. That's what it Rincon means corner, yeah. So let's try making it Bach style. I would never be able, but that would be more Bach, like. And then, but here. That's bad. I'm gonna see. I need to check if this one is good. I cannot be doing a new one. Don't say. Without. Let's check it. Ooh, I like the piano. Okay.
No somos salvación.
And of course, the voice I have to
Santos de
fix.
marfil,
Stop
pero
listening to
sin
it.
sacúdete, camina y no olvides. Sacúdete,
something like that. Sospechosa, that song is coming like in 3 weeks. No, not yet. It's coming. I have to put it in DistroKid. I have to give it like some time for the song to reach like Spotify, Apple Music, YouTube Music, like all of the places. Right? So I give it like minimum like 2 weeks. And then it comes out. But I think I'm gonna do 3 weeks because it's going to be on YouTube Music. It's not on YouTube Music, but it's going to be. If that makes sense. The thing I'm gonna do like 3 weeks because of the merch that I'm going to release for the previous song. Right? I want to give like a good week of promotion towards that. And then I want to do a little bit of promotion for the song, you know, just kind of like some shorts and things like that. I'm not gonna go crazy with like promotion. And then, but I'm working on this one because I don't want a big gap between I don't want a big gap between Sospechosas and this song, the next song. Oh, that's cool. YouTube Music or like YouTube Premium? This is the new part. So I love this part. I know. So I canceled. There was a point, like I just got phone service. I went over a year with no phone service. Like I had a phone, but it was only Wi-Fi. I canceled. Like I never had Spotify Premium. I had a few subscription. I canceled them all. But the only one that I left was YouTube Premium. How? Not really. If I needed to call somebody, like everybody that I talk to, they all have WhatsApp. So if I had, and like, I'm in New York, so like there's Wi-Fi everywhere. So I would just go to like, you know, a train station or a store. And I don't go out much either. So I didn't really needed it that much. I got the new one because there were like a few moments, right? Like for example, somebody wanted to take lessons with me, right? And they needed like a phone number to contact me. Like her dad needed it. So then I would use somebody else's phone. And you know, it's not the same. But you almost don't need your phone, to be honest. Oh, really? There's not a lot of Wi-Fi over here. There's a lot of Wi-Fi, like everywhere. Yeah, even some places like some like cafes and some like pubs and some stores. It's like, hey, Wi-Fi inside. Come, come, come. Yeah, I'm gonna do the same thing. I think I'm gonna leave the song like this. I'll do I'll do another live tomorrow and we will continue. Because so far it's sounding super good. Thank you. You're not gonna miss much. I'm about to go. So, bye, bro. So let's do this. And then bounce. Let's call it vivir. Otra vez. Vivir otra vez. That's what I'm gonna call it. Oh, I have things to munch here. Oh, I could do that. Really? Right? Nah, too much.
No somos salvas.
Okay. My friends, I'm gonna go. Me tengo que ir. Hablamos luego. I'll see you later. Goodbye. Adios. Sayonara.